Right. Looks like we're up on both of our platforms. What is up, everybody? We are going to do our little bit of maintenance here on our channel. Just set everything up good. You know what else I forgot is I forgot to change the game. Whatever, I'll change that in just a second over on whatchamacallit. That's right, whatchamacallit, over on Twitch. There we go. So we're going to go to gaming, we're going to go to new world, demo, I'm going to save that, and then we're going to open up our Twitch. We're going to change this bad boy. We don't want Albion Online, we want to edit. We're not playing Albion Online, we are playing new World Aeternum. Fantastic. We're going to hit the old Dunzo button there. And that should be good to go on all fronts here. Cool. So the title of this one is New World is Terrible, Let's Play It Anyway. And the reason that the title is that is because, honestly, MMO games are just kind of broken. The economies are broken, the crafting systems are broken, PvP systems are broken, and it's kind of just that way across the entire genre. And so you have to come to a decision to either hate those things so much that you don't play, or play them anyway, and just understand that there are certain things that you can't stop from being true. That you're never going to be able to make it so that these systems are not broken in these games. Because they just are broken, and they're going to stay broken. So, we're going to play anyway. And we are going to try to get the most out of our experience. We're going to talk a little bit about what makes these games broken. We talked a lot in Albion Online about how the PvP system specifically encouraged certain types of play that made gameplay unfun for anybody who was engaging in that game in a different way. In New World, we actually have a little bit of a different problem. So in New World, the system is mostly fun on a larger scale. Right? Most of the content in this game is fairly enjoyable. The problem comes... Where am I? I want to go over here, actually. I went the wrong way. The problem comes when you engage in the organized PvP in New World. The organized PvP in New World is literally a trash can. Things like the wars and OPR are just structured really, really poorly. And so yeah, we're going to play as a solo, going through here. What I'm doing right now is I'm actually out in the free-for-all PvP area. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for the big chests. Because if you open one every single day, you can get a special crafting item. So I need to get that today. Because it's important. It's a resource that is very limited, and that's how New World makes their crafting system have value, is they create resources for you to gather that are extremely finite, like scarabs and like daily crafting or daily refining resources or different stuff like that. And because each player can only make so many of these things in a given time period, they have a pretty high value because they're required to do some of the highest end crafting in the game. And so the whole structure of the PvP or of the crafting system is just based on being able to get these limited time items. So yeah, that's what we're out here doing right now. It's also in a fully open PvP area. Yeah, so it's also a full open PvP zone. So just everybody in there is automatically flagged for PvP, which is quite a bit of fun. I like this PvP system because it's not a full loot PvP system. So I didn't, die and lose all my shit there. While it seems fun to be able to just die and lose all your stuff, like in Albion Online, it was becoming very aggravating, and I didn't want to do it. Now, there is some value to the way Albion Online did its PvP, and that is that the way Albion Online did its PvP and the fact that items trashed every time you died meant that there was a consistent, vibrant economy because players needed items more often. Right? You had to constantly be replacing your best equipment because you were constantly losing your best equipment because you were constantly dying. That is not something that happens in New World. Once you get your absolute best gear set, then you have your absolute best gear set, and nothing is going to change that. You can't really lose that. So, the economy here is a little less active when it comes to items and weapons and equipment. Now, in this current server that I'm in, this is one of the fresh start servers that recently happened. I went ahead and leveled up to 65 and bought the expansion pack and stuff like that. So we are in a place where the economy is still decently active, but it is going to sort of wane over time. The reason I'm interested in playing New World is they actually put out a roadmap recently of what's going to happen next season, which is going to start in January. Is they're going to be having what they call seasonal worlds. And if I'm right, this is going to be something akin to Once Humans seasonal gameplay. And so I'm fairly excited about that because they're going to have special rewards and all kinds of stuff like that. So I'm interested to see how that's going to play out, how they're going to build those seasonal worlds, what those seasonal worlds are going to be like, and what sort of rewards they're going to have, and are we going to be creating new characters? Are we going to be using our existing characters? They mentioned some stuff about trying to get account-wide progression going in some form or other. And what the heck? I am so confused by what's going on out here. I got some sort of a quest at some point to open 3 chests. But since I've already opened one and I've got a couple of chests out here, I figure what the heck. Let's open up a couple of more. See what happens. Obviously, we're going to get some of these cursed doubloons. The cursed doubloons are important. They allow you to buy some interesting stuff. Back in the main Cutlass Keys City. So we're going to be getting those. I think I already have enough, so I'm not terribly worried about them. To buy the stuff that I want to buy for today. Or am I supposed to open this chest with the yellow? I think I'm probably supposed to try and open this. But we want to get some of our health back before we go fight this gator down here. I don't know exactly what's going on with that bad boy. I don't know what this chest is. But let's go see about it. I'm going to break out our... Oh, is he going to stand right over there where I don't even have to worry? Nice. Oh, okay. I see it now. Alrighty. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what the heck just happened. We got a curse lifting in a couple of seconds here. Let's open this up and see what happens. This is something I've not experienced yet. All that effort for 14 doubloons. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. That was just a really, really negative experience all around. Good deal. Good deal. Very happy to have spent that time. Oh, here's the chest that I'm looking for. These larger cursed hordes are what are going to give me my, I guess a coconut. And this is just something you got to do every single day. So we're going to do it. Because why not? It sounds like fun. There we go. Gold cursed coconut. What a weird item. But I got 3 of these now, so let's just go through. And let's think of some stuff that we need to get done here. Now there are some pretty extreme things I need to do, like maxing out all my gatherings. Which I haven't decided whether or not we want to do that on stream, or if I just want to do that in my off time. But we are going to be maxing out gatherings. We want to max out all of our refinings. I don't really care too much about maxing out the craftings, because like I said, in this game, crafting is just really broken. The crafting in this game especially showcases how important it is that crafting have some sort of a time constraint associated with it, and a player's skill expression associated with it. Because there is none of that in this game. It is 100% reliant on gathering resources and the dailies, the daily crafting materials that create a scarcity so that there's some sort of value to the item that you've crafted. And even though those things exist, you still only really get value when you hit the RNG and you get really good items. So, I mean, the crafting system in this game is just beyond broken. And it's not really something I'm interested in participating in. But you want to get your gatherings up and you want to get your refinings up, just so as you pass by important nodes, you can go ahead and pick those up and make a little currency. Specifically, you want to get your refinings up because getting your refinings up will allow you to make the daily refinables. And the crafters, the people who do want to go ahead and engage in the crafting system, need those daily refinables. They're extremely important. So we're going to get up to where we can go ahead and make those. And then that'll be a pretty huge source of currency for us. Honestly, that'll probably be all of the currency that we need to make on a daily basis, is just going ahead, buying up the resources we need to make those craftables and then selling them. And that should give us more than enough to continue on. We do have some questing to do. I still haven't finished the quest line for the Angry Earth area down here. Right, they took First Light and they turned it into the Elysian Wilds. And this is all just Angry Earth stuff down here. I think I've almost finished. I've been down here running around quite a bit, but I haven't quite finished. So I need to get that done. And then it's really just going to be about running around and doing stuff daily and weekly, like dungeons, like all kinds of stuff. So yeah, and then maybe joining a company and maybe getting involved in some wars. I don't really know. Let's put those doubloons in there. Let's put those in there. Actually, let's take those doubloons out. I want to go buy this daily thing that I'm interested in buying, which you just go to this thing over here, the Well of Fortune. And these are all the different things that you can buy with doubloons. The exotic... the epic crate, it is the gold cursed epic crate. Open for 1 epic rare legendary gear or epic crafting material. So you can only buy 3 of these every day. They cost 35 mystic doubloons apiece. So you need to get 105 mystic doubloons every day to be able to buy your gold cursed epic crates, but they have a chance to give you epic, rare, or legendary gear. So you have a chance in here to get some really good gear pieces, and if you don't, then you just get, whoops, tab is inventory in this game. If you don't, then you just get some interesting resources. So we've got gold cursed flail, we've got gold cursed boots. We're going to open up the next one. Ooh, we get gold cursed breastplate of the soldier. Let's see here. This is a strength item that has an empty socket, gives us mending sticky bombs. That's totally useless. Physical aversion and refreshing. We're probably not going to be keeping that. And then we get some orichalcum ore. Yeah, this is not really useful in any way, but we're going to salvage it. Because we get infused armor fragments and some gold. Oh no, those are repair parts. Or are those gold? They must be gold, right? Repair parts isn't a thing anymore in this game, I forgot. So we're going to salvage that. We're going to salvage this. We're going to salvage that. Booyah. Okay, good deal. And we got 30 orichalcum ore, which is just something we can sell at some point. We're just going to put all this stuff away. I have some of these things organized into other storages, right? Because you can access every storage from here. I have this stuff kind of organized. On top of, I have just a ridiculous amount of mithril ore. Actually, I don't want to go see. What is the price of mithril ore now? When I first bought it, I bought it at like 0.04 or 0.02. And I expected it to go up as people needed it. But that doesn't really appear to be a thing. So, may have made a mistake there. We'll just confirm that. We may end up just selling all of that for 0.01 because I don't really care. I don't need the mithril ore for anything. Like I said, I'm not going to do crafting. So it doesn't really matter. So yeah. Let's see what else can be on the agenda for today. I have decent equipment. It's not great. You know, my gear score is only 659, but it's decent. I threw some diamonds in there just for grins. And then I've got my taunt stuff. So I do need to see about maybe doing some activities. Let's go check my season pass here. The activity card, okay. I have 3 wild stamps. I'm gonna finish that. I think if we go here, 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 here. One, two, 1, 2. That'll finish the whole card. Nice. Let's see. So it looks like yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I want to, so you gain these wild over time. But I think we want to use up these. I think these are PvP related. I'm not really interested in that. At least not for right now. So we'll use up our wild stamps on those, and then we'll see if we can't get some other stamps from some other stuff. And I probably don't need to be... Brilliant gems, nice. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see what we've got on our activity finder. Soul trials, season trials. Face a new and fearsome challenge with each new season. Minimum of 6 players, local groups only. Elite trials, battle the colossal Shaneshan, the Devourer, with up to 20 players in this elite trial. Raids, pursue Broodmother Medusa and stop her plans to dominate Aeternum, with raid groups up to 10 players. 3 random soul trials, up-leveled and offered daily to provide increased challenge and new rewards. Revisit these pivotal story moments to exact revenge and earn valuable rewards. Expeditions, explore long-forgotten locales with up to 4 teammates to unlock and find unique rewards so that you can grow in strength to crush your enemies. And then mutated expeditions. Now I should be able to do a random expedition. And if I queue for a random expedition, I should get this expedition bonus. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like I can do that 3 times a day. So I need to do 3 soul trials, 3 expeditions. I don't know if there's some limit to these raids here. And then I do need to learn the mutated dungeons. But I need to do all the expeditions before I worry about the mutated expeditions. And then we've got Outpost Rush and the 3v3 arena. Outpost Rush is really fun, and apparently next season we're getting a new Outpost Rush map that's coming out. So I'm pretty excited about that. Maori Superman, hey, welcome to the chat, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. How are you today? You playing yourself some New World? So let's look at the soul trials here. Kill this thing, kill this thing, kill this thing. And maybe get... Are we really only going to get purple rewards from this? What's even the point if I can't get legendaries? New World and can't wait for new OPR map. Yeah, I'm pretty excited for the new OPR map also. The thing I'm really excited about though is the new seasonal worlds. I'm really interested to see how that's going to play out and what exactly those special rewards are and stuff like that, because the beginning of a season or a server in this game is actually really interesting. And it's kind of that way with a lot of MMOs out there. And so I started this channel playing a first-person shooter called Once Human. And in my experience with Once Human, I realized there are a lot of games, and I actually specifically talked about how New World would benefit from their seasonal format, where even if you like made different characters and stuff and weren't always just playing the same character, you could have a lot of fun in New World with switching things up. Is that stupid doe healing this? Oh, this is awful. I don't think I have the DPS to actually do this. But you could actually have a lot of fun in New World, or other games like, for example, Throne and Liberty. If you had a seasonal format system like that. I thought it would be really cool. So I'm very excited to see how they're going to make that happen and what exactly that's going to entail. Because I think it'll be pretty good. I never actually understood how to beat this boss, so I'm just kind of attacking this thing and hoping. I don't think I'm actually doing a very good job. It seems to me like this corrupted staff thing is gonna die before I actually win this. Done my seasonal, I'm heading to my third mutated. Hey, good job. Yeah, I don't actually know what I'm doing in here. I'm just kind of swinging my sword at things. Let's get out of here. We'll figure that out later. Good job. Yeah, I haven't really, I played this game a whole lot when it first came out, even into when they first had the mutated dungeons. I've never really participated because my guild had kind of fallen apart by the time the mutated dungeons came out. But, yeah, we're definitely going to get into some of that. I'm still in the process of needing to upgrade my gear. I've only got that 659 gear score right now. So I need to start working that up. And doing some other stuff. Which honestly, a big part of that is just going through and doing those trials that I was just doing and getting my butt kicked at. That's another thing. First Staff and Void Gauntlet is best for that beast. Yeah, I'm not gonna play the Void Staff or the Fire. I am very strictly a tank. I don't. That's a good point. I do need to do the random expeditions. And this will actually just throw me into like low tier expeditions too, right? I don't have my shout, so I don't have my AoE taunt right now. But I suppose that'll be fine. I don't know. We'll see. Well, it's just gonna throw me into a dungeon I've never done. This will be fun. The depths. Hey, I've done this one before. It's been a while though. Oh, the alligator's in the dungeon now. That's cool. Alright. Let's, Yep, just gonna follow whoop that trick. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, let's split up. Seems like a great idea, just in general. for sure do that. Let's for sure do that. I don't actually remember the mechanics of this, so... Doesn't seem like anybody does. Awesome. So we just ran around killing all the enemies without actually knowing what we were doing? Seems like a great plan. I'm glad we did that. Really. Okay. What's your crafting skill? Which one did you level up? Mainly outfitting? Okay, nice. If crafting wasn't such broken garbage in this game, and if you could actually derive any value from it, I would absolutely be a crafter. But there's not actually any value in the crafting system itself. All of the value comes solely from the RNG and the resource rarity for some of your like dailies and stuff like that. So there's not really a ton of point, in my opinion, to crafting, which is really unfortunate because I typically want to play crafter. I have maxed out every craft in this game before on other characters, but I'm just not going to do it again on this character because I see no real value in it. You know, they've had to create a bunch of really weird mechanics and systems to try and give crafters some sort of value to earn. And they've done a really poor job of it. They've done a really, really poor job of it. I'm really disappointed with MMOs in general when it comes to crafting, because it's one of the few things in MMO games that has not gotten any dating. Nobody has done anything to try and innovate in the crafting space. Everybody's just doing the exact same UI button mashing simulator, and it's absolute garbage. If you want to have a really good crafting system, then you need to have some sort of skill expression, and there needs to be some sort of time usage by the player. Right? You need to be doing an activity for, say, 10 to 15 minutes. There has to be some sort of skill expression in that activity, and then crafting will have legitimate value to the MMO, instead of just being a menu simulator where gathering is what ultimately creates all of the value. Something I've been talking about a lot while I was playing Albion Online is I think the best format for something like this would be a roguelite or roguelike, because they're already kind of set up to be leveling systems in and of themselves. So if you had a game like Slay the Spire or something like that, it was actually how you made your items, then you could have a really, really cool crafting system that had skill expression, where the skill expression was different than the skill expression of the regular game. Because you don't necessarily want your best players for your PvE and PvP to also be your best crafters. You want those to be different players, so you want the game to be slightly different and to play slightly different, so that, you know, the players who express the most skill in those areas are different players and not just the same people. So I think something like a Slay the Spire type roguelike game loop would be a really good way to do that. I'm just following these people around completely willy-nilly. But each encounter that you go through would be, you know, something that adds to the different stats or changes the weapon that you're making in some way. And then based on how well you do, how far through the spire you get, is going to dictate how good the item that you make is, how high its stats are, you know, how many stats it might have, all those different things like that. And then you can have some really deterministic stuff with it, because if it's taking player time, then you don't have to rely on RNG to absorb part of the time that you need for items to be made, so that there's not just an infinite number of items. So you can have much more deterministic crafting going on, instead of the absolute garbage RNG systems that we have now. And it also doesn't have to necessarily be Slay the Spire either. Right? Every low roguelike would have some sort of value. You know, you've got things like Risk of Rain, you've got stuff like Hades, you've got stuff like all kinds of different things that could express value. But the ultimate thing, I mean, you could even do like a PvP crafting system, and this is something my older brother brought up to me. You could do a PvP crafting system where instead of doing a roguelite, maybe you played something against other people like an auto battler. And so then you actually had to defeat these other opponents in order to make better items. And there was actually a PvP aspect to it. Could be interesting. Just, I mean, literally anything. Just any change whatsoever to the crafting systems would make me very happy. I'm gonna keep harping on it because it's one of those things, like combat in PV or in MMOs has gotten really good. Action combat is good, tab target combat is good, hybrid combats are good. You know, moving your character around, manipulating your character has gotten really good. The parkour elements of these games have gotten really good. One of the things that really drew me to New World when it first came out was how fun it felt to traverse the world. So that's really good. And yeah, so I mean, there are just tons of things that have been worked on and innovated on and fixed. But oh, okay, we're getting in there. Okay, I don't even need to have any idea what's going on with this boss, because we just like automatically win here. I remember this used to be an extremely difficult boss to fight because your tank had to like split off and go help with those fights because, you know, these enemies were actually kind of difficult. That's for sure not a thing anymore. That was fun. Was that the final boss? I didn't realize that was the final boss. That Thorpe's Key. Funny, because my last name is actually Thorpe. Okay, it's not the final boss. I was about to say, I didn't think so. Wrong button. Whoopsie. One of the things that I've actually enjoyed most about New World since it very first came out is the fact that the enemies close in on you a lot when you're fighting, and so you can't just hold your block and stand there. It's a very active tanking system where you're constantly, you know, like backing up and moving around and stuff like that to maintain the grouping of the enemies so that they're aggroed like all together on you so that your DPS can actually get in there and hit them all. And specifically this fight was one of the things that made me kind of most realize how that worked and how important and cool it was.
You cannot possibly challenge us now.
Because you have to at least somewhat weave
This will be the last time.
attacks in there because you have to maintain the aggro.
Prepare to have your soul crushed.
Now, obviously, in these random dungeons, that was really unimportant. It was actually incredibly easy. Holy cow. And now we get to get our little reward from our little duder here. Thanks, Nukumanesh. Or Nekumanesh. Appreciate it. And then we get the hell out of here. Good deal. Good deal. Alright, expedition roll bonus. Reward for completing an expedition in a cross-world group with a role that's in demand. Oh, that's nice. Extra 250 coins and some syndicate tokens. Very nice. Alright, expedition bonus cash. Let's see what comes out of these. 750 coins plus some syndicate tokens. And then Death's recurring reward. Reward for helping Nekumanish. Depth's materia and a vial of suspended Azoth. Alright. Anything that is under 600, I am definitely not keeping. None of this has any value to me. Timeless ring shard, nice. Okay, well that was fun. That was real fun. Let's see what the season thing has to say here. Oh, my activity card. So I've gotten combat, a flower, a shield. So let's do shield, combat, flower, shield. And then we'll do these two to make another one. Okay. Now we have one more wild stamp. Nice. And then we want to go back to here, reclaim our reward, get some dies, which is nice. Alright, well, I think we better just finish all these up here. I like that they force you to have Carnelian gems or some sort of taunt skill in order to even queue his tank. I think that's a really good idea. Come on now, last player. Hit that button. Let's do this thing. Let's do the damn thing. Glacial Tarn. I don't actually think I've ever done this one.
Well met to you. I have a magical essence. Thank you. I have.
We jumping down? Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Why would it make me do that? I've definitely never done this fight before, this zone before. So I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, these are 67 enemies. Okay. This is gonna be rough. Yep, I'm gonna get kicked out of this group because I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know where to go. I don't know what the mechanic is. This is gonna end up bad. On the bright side, I've pretty much fought all these enemies before, it seems like. Glacial Tarn Tower Shield. I have a feeling I'm about to get cold damage, yep. This healer is really good. I honestly don't even know if I need to block. Silly. Okay, so we're just skipping enemies. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. I hate DPS. I hate every DPS player that has ever existed. Every single one of them. They just be running around all crazy, aggroing extra stuff. All the time. Here we go again. This has been a great plan, brought to you by an insane DPS. What are you doing, dude? You're almost dead. Just fight the fucking enemies. Holy crap. I am totally lost now. I think I have to run around in a giant-ass circle. Also, apparently we just left an enemy. Whatever. I'm coming, everyone. I'm coming. Whoops. Whoops. Oh, that was painful. Alright, let's try and get our aggro back here. Come on. Come over here and fight me. There you go. That could have gone better, but it's fine. Stop bringing more crap over here. Oh my god, you stupid. We obviously can't handle it, so stop doing it. Dumb piece of trash. Holy crap, dude. I hate DPS. Just let me aggro the one little group, and let's just fight the one little group. See how easy that is? See how fast that goes? You think that doing these insanely huge pulls is helping you get through the dungeon faster. It's not. It's making things slower. If you just fight a reasonable number of enemies, then everybody can just do their role and do the thing that they need to do. And the DPS goes out, and the tanking happens, and the healing is good and easy. Instead, you're just like, here, let me aggro 16 packs. Oh, why are we all dying? I don't understand. Oop, the chest is locked. Honestly, don't even know where we're going at this point. Oops. I landed in the lava. Hey, thanks, Party Wizard. What's up? How you been? Yeah, I think that's just kind of the way things are at this point in the MMO gaming space. Everything's just a little bit broken. So you kind of just have to get over it and play it anyway. Eventually it's going to make me so angry that I can't keep playing it, and then I'll play something else. We shall see. The unfortunate part is not only work blows, but yeah, doing good, man. I'm doing great. Doing real good. It's getting real cold here, and the motor for my heater blower kept getting sent back because it needed a signature. Even though I'm here all day, I never heard anybody knock on the door, so they came and tried to deliver it twice, and I wasn't able to hear them because apparently they don't knock loud enough for me to hear 10 feet away from the front door. So they sent it back to where we ordered it from, and we got refunded. So now we had to order it again and ask them to place to not require a signature for it or something, because apparently the person who delivers my mail is an idiot. Yeah, so hopefully it comes in because it's supposed to freeze tomorrow, and I don't have a heater, so that's cool. Definitely excited about that. But over the course of the next week, it's supposed to get down to like 17 degrees, which is awesome. Nothing like hanging out in 17-degree weather with no heater. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what exactly was going on or why they weren't able to get me my item, but whatever. Whatever. It's been like 3 weeks we've been trying to get the motor in. Just been freezing my nerds off the whole time. I had to scrape windows on your vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. We're not quite there yet, but it's definitely going to get there. Let's see, it's 46 right now. Look at my forecast. I think it's supposed to freeze tonight, or maybe not until tomorrow night. I think one of our people here is lost, which I'm not terribly surprised about. Let's see. Yeah, so either in the middle of the night tonight or tomorrow night, it's supposed to get down to 28. And then 26, 23, 27. It looks like that 17 has gone away, so it looks like the temperature's supposed to stay a little higher. But it's going to be below freezing for like an entire week coming up until the 6th of December. And that's just only the 6th of December because that's as far as I can see. It looks like we've got some snow coming up and all kinds of stuff. Just no heater. That's super dope. Very excited about it. I don't know what's going on. I could get 2 cars in my garage, but that would require an amount of effort I don't possess right now. Because you'd have to clean the garage out. Sometimes you gotta do it though. One of our players is running into a bug or something that keeps killing him. I think. Not entirely sure. Hopefully they make it. Hopefully they make it. Feels like they're getting further away. Get it? They just had to come way down here. Cool, cool. They're almost here. Since it told me to grab that, why not, right? It's super windy outside right now. Hey, Wanpachi's gonna make it. Everybody here? Are we ready to go? 1 for the money, 2 for the show. Did we win? We did win. Yay! Good job us. Good job us.
Ah, I see.
Let's get the flock out of here, I guess. All right. So we have our expedition bonus cash. We have our roll bonus cash. We have our glacial tarn reward cash. We have 3 concealed vaults. Nice. Now, these things are definitely pulling in some currency for me, which is really nice. We actually got some decent level equipment there. Probably not stuff that I'm actually going to use. Let's take a peek here. Strength, nature protection, luck. I have a luck amulet. We might actually keep that. Strength, refreshing rupture, health, no. Shirking fortification, frost conditioning. No. Energizing counter. Arcane harnessing. Fire damage and refreshing. But it's strength. And let's see, Arctic Valkyrian Arm Guards. Magnify, shirking fortification, frost conditioning, and health. We might lock that just because I want to see. It is bind on pickup, which is unfortunate. I mean, this is bound to me. Yeah, I don't actually want that. That's fine. Okay. Didn't really get anything that I'm going to need there. But hey, we got some currency. That's pretty important. Let's go see here. Weapon mastery, nice. My flail is leveling up. So this is my Q. This would say 3 seconds is a buff, which when receiving an attack will inflict a stackable weakening effect. Hey, I actually really like that. That's pretty good. And then let's just go ahead and put all of this stuff in here. Oh, shoot, I didn't go through these. Trenchant crits and lifesteal. Actually, a terrible item there. Let's see. Enchanted ward, shield defense, sturdy energy, and sturdy. Versus enchanted ward, shield defense, refreshing, sure footing. I actually really like this. We're going to keep this one locked here just in case, but I like... I like where this other one's at. We're going to get rid of this. Vicious and sure footing. Don't really care about that. Keen and shirking flames. Don't really care about that. Refreshing, sturdy. Yeah, that doesn't really matter either. Okay, cool. I definitely think this shield is going to be a pretty big upgrade for me. And I like the way it looks. Pretty cool. Pretty good. Move a little slower when I'm blocking, but that's fine. Don't mind that at all. What else do we got in the activities? I still got one more expedition to do. I don't really feel like doing it right now, though. It's a season trial. The Winter Forge, or the Winter Rune Forge, in the hatchery. Must have at least one ranged weapon. Interesting. Oh, and you have to create the raid group before. This isn't a, interesting. Okay, well there's lots of new content in this game that I never played before. So I'm pretty excited about that. Pretty excited about that. But let's see. Let's take a look at some of my character stuff here. Let's look at our trade skills. Our logging. So our mining is all the way to 250. Harvesting is getting to 250. Logging is getting to 250. Our tracking and skinning is garbage. All of our refinings are really bad. We did manage to get our jewel crafting up to 200. Now we'll be working towards getting that to 250. Yeah. Actually, we probably won't be working on getting that to 250 because the crafting system in this game is just so broken. Jewel crafting is one of the ones that can kind of be valuable because you can cut gems. And cutting gems can kind of have some value. But we might be too far gone for that to be worthwhile. The server just might have been open for too long at this point for that to be a good idea. I really don't know. Well, let's see. What is there to go run around and do? Oh, we've got the turkey. Turkulon. So ridiculous. We've got quests to finish up down here. Let's go look at consumables. Trade skill bonus foods. Harvesting. Alright, so our biscuits and gravy is the best version here. These are extremely cheap, holy cow. Don't actually know if having these is going to be very much value, though. I'm thinking I just want to go ahead and upgrade my... Try and get my harvesting up to 250. And the best way I can think of to do that is actually to go up here to Brightwood and see if my old Brightwood farm still works. I believe it does. Oh, nope, this isn't actually the place I want to travel to. Fast travel right up here. So we're going to go check out my old Brightwood fiber farm. This is something I did years and years and years ago. Put that right in there. Gonna hit the old 4, eat that up. And then it's pretty simple to do. I guess now that we have mounts, so the thing that I always do when I'm looking to gather resources is I'm looking to find a route where I can gather the resources and then immediately get back to them, sort of right as they're spawning. And so that used to work really well with the route that I'm running right now for fiber. But honestly, because we have... Ooh, look, there's Orichalcum here. Because we have mounts now, because you can move so much faster, it actually might not be possible just gathering the fiber. So I am actually going to stop and do some of this ore as well. And then maybe do some logging too, because there's some logging attached to this route. And maybe by doing some of the extra stuff that can be available here, we'll be able to go ahead and do the route non-stop. But it's all about, when you're trying to do a gathering route, it's all about making sure that it's as tight as possible. What I mean by that is you want things to be respawning right as you get to them, or as close to that as possible. Because if you're not, then other people can kind of get in on your route and start taking over portions of it. And you definitely don't want that, so... something there. So there's 2 more fiber nodes on the other side of this little hill thing here. We also have all these ironwoods. So we're going to go ahead and get these ironwoods. And this will just really help us gather a whole lot of stuff. So there's some good ironwood here. There's some good orichalcum nodes on this route. There's good wire fiber on this route. So I think running this route is actually going to be pretty positive. The only negative about it is that because you're gathering a lot of different stuff, you're not able to focus in on just one thing. So getting, this food that I ate, for example, for better harvesting luck, isn't helping me at all with any of these trees that I'm chopping down. And because of that, it kind of makes the tree chopping a little meh. It kind of makes the mining a little meh. And that's, I understand that they're wanting you to specialize, and the specialization seems interesting in MMO games, but honestly, the system is a little bit gross. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that you're having to do things like run these routes and run these circles. I'm not necessarily 100% opposed to in-depth gathering systems like this, where you have to wear certain gear and you have to go to certain places and you're very specialized and you're focusing and all that stuff. The problem I have with them is that they're extremely tedious, and they have to be tedious because they're the only time sink that your entire artisan system, from gathering through refining through crafting, have. Right? Because refining and crafting don't require any time investment from the player outside of the RNG of crafting, just tons and tons of items. And so really the only thing that happens there is that you're required to gather a lot of materials or buy those materials, which means you have to gather a lot of gold or whatever currency that you're playing with in the game. So that the time investment of crafting in these games is completely held up by your gathering systems. And so it makes gathering systems extremely tedious. Whereas if you had a crafting system where you actually played some sort of mode in the game, like, for example, Slay the Spire, and you had, some sort of roguelite or roguelike system associated with your crafting, then instead of being trapped, running around in circles, gathering all the time, and needing things like specializing and stuff like that to exist, so that these gathering players, had some sort of give and take, you could just allow everybody to be able to gather all of the best materials. And those materials could instead be extremely rare. Like right now, I'm out here picking what is ultimately a fairly common flower. Right? I'm a hero tier person in this world. And I mine iron ore. Right? I'm out here picking flowers. Fairly common flowers. And that's kind of insane to me from a player perspective. That a person who is ultimately a raid boss to a normal person is going to go out and gather up materials like this when there are tons of people in the town. Right? There are tons of people in the town who I don't even necessarily know exist, right? Because the town isn't populated with 100% of the population. You only see a very small percentage of those people. And so those people should be out here doing this, right? That's how they support their lifestyles. That's how they own homes. That's how they do all that stuff. I support my lifestyle by doing epic tier shit. Right? I've got super good weapons. I go and I buy tons of health potions and, do all this other stuff. And I support that by doing epic tier shit. Right? Fighting bosses, killing hordes of mobs, going through dungeons, doing stuff that Joe Schmo nobody can't do. And to go from doing that to running in a circle, picking, right? Like, I'm just out here cutting grass, basically. I'm a lawnmower. And that's insane. So what you need is you need to have really special fibers, right? You need to have not just spider silk, but like specifically the spider silk you get from a boss spider. You don't need iron ore, because anybody can come and get iron ore. The thing that I need to be gathering is some super rare type of ore that is created in the belly of a dragon, because that dragon likes to eat ore, and the fire in its belly smelts the ore into some super hard material. And so I need to go fight the dragon to get that ore. And, all these other types of things that you can be doing to get special materials that the average person won't be able to get. And then I need to buy or just get for free these other materials from the NPCs. And then I need to have a crafting system that requires some sort of time investment and has some sort of skill expression, like a roguelite. Honestly, it could be a different roguelite for every type of gathering or crafting skill. Right? It doesn't have to be the same for both weapon and armor smithing. It could be two totally different systems. And honestly, I think it should be. I think you should want to have as many different systems as you possibly can for your crafting systems, because you want different people to be good at different parts of your game, so that it's not just a small number of people monopolizing the ability to craft the best stuff. MMO games need to stop just being single games, right? They need to start being an ecosystem of smaller games that support the larger game. Because I can tell you right now that even if I never engaged with the regular parts of New World, I would happily, buy cosmetics and stuff like that for this main character here. Even if, as a player, I only ever engaged with the crafting systems, right? Even if I only played the quote-unquote roguelite parts of this game that maybe I didn't even have my character model for, right? Maybe it was something totally different that I was using. I would still happily buy cosmetics for this character because then when I did interactions with other players, I would be my character. And I would have those cosmetics. I would have that look. I would look the way I want. And so you want your main character to be an expression of yourself, but then you want an ecosystem of other things to do outside of just running around playing this main basic part of the game where everything is kind of the same, right? So it doesn't matter what you do in New World, your activities are pretty much always going to be the same, right? You have your 3 skills, everything is combat in this game. Which isn't bad, but it's also not exceptionally good. Because it doesn't feel different. When I play this game, whenever I think, okay, what should I do next? I'm not thinking, how do I want to play the game next? I'm thinking, what content do I want to defeat in the same way next? So, for example, let's just take a look at the activity screen here. While it is true that expeditions and soul trials and seasonal trials and elite trials and raids are all technically different, them being different doesn't change how you interact with them. I'm still going to click the same buttons, right? I'm still a tank. I'm still going to go fight in the same general way. They may have slightly different mechanics, and so I do have to learn more mechanics. But once I've learned how to play my character, I've sort of solved the equation for myself. And that makes me want to play a different game. So if that different game that I'm wanting to play existed inside of this game, then I would just stay here and play. Right? If crafting was altogether a different game, then instead of going to play a roguelite, I would just keep playing New World. I don't know how many of y'all have played roguelites or roguelikes, but they are extremely fun, and they are literally designed to be leveling systems. The whole point of those games is that you start and you do your first run, and you're absolute crap. You don't have anything. You start from absolutely bare bones. And then every time you go through a run, maybe you get a currency, or, based on some of the stuff that you found during the run, then you start with more options at the beginning. There's all kinds of different things that happen as you go through a roguelite system that allow you to change your starting position. And that is a level up system. So imagine, from a crafting perspective, we're sitting here, we're just waiting for some of these fibers to come back. There we go. And we'll start doing this run again as things start to respawn. But imagine, if you will, a system like Slay the Spire, where you go on a run, and the way Slay the Spire works is you have lots of different paths that you can take to go up the tower, and you have a deck of cards. And that deck of cards changes throughout your run. And you get little power-ups, and all kinds of different things can happen as you go through your run. So it's a sort of a dynamic deck-building game. But imagine if, instead of just picking a path to go up, the different paths that were available to you to go up the spire were actually associated with different stats for your weapon. Right? So one could be associated with a damage stat. One could be associated with an attack speed stat. One could be associated with, an elemental damage stat or a proc stat. Something that has a 10% chance to do extra magic damage or something. And there could be all of these potential stats added to your weapon and associated with your weapon that you would choose as you went up, right? And you would move back and forth across the routes that you go up the spire. And based on which things you chose, where you chose to go, what you chose to fight, what you chose to do, your weapon would increase in power in various different ways. And the higher you go in the spire, the more areas you defeat, the more stats you're adding to that weapon, until there would eventually obviously be an end to the spire, and that would be the best type of weapon you could craft. It would be the legendary tier of that weapon. And then you could have really deterministic things going on, where when you go to craft that weapon, some of those special resources we were talking about earlier, like that ore from the dragon or that silk from the spider, would be specifically associated with some of those stats. So when you go to do the craft, you get your base weapon, right? You get your base sword, and then you add these other special materials to it, and those deterministically decide what those routes up the spire are going to be associated with. So instead of relying on RNG to get 3 stats that you're actually interested in, you use 3 special items that took significant time investment to go get, because you had to go kill a boss, or you had to go to a dungeon, or you had to, clear an open world area so that you could gain access to some resource, or whatever it is. So there's a significant time investment there, which means you don't need to rely as much on RNG, because you're investing the time, and RNG is just a time sink, so that we're not literally just printing the best items in the game. That's the only reason RNG exists in these games. And so instead of going through and clearing content 1,000 times because we need to overcome some RNG drop rate for something that we need, let's just keep adding time investment skill expression systems that allow you to ultimately create what you want, but that take time to do so. So instead of spending 100 hours killing the same boss over and over and over again, maybe I spend 100 hours, or maybe I spend 20 hours killing the boss, and, some other number of hours doing something else, or 50 hours killing the boss to try and get the resource that I want, and then 50 hours going through the spire, making the items, trying to clear the spire in, to 100% so that I can get the legendary tier of this item that I'm looking for. And I mean, I don't know if it takes even 100 hours to make the best weapons, but, or to find the best weapons in most MMO games. But my point is just that having some sort of system in place that allows for skill expression, and that's really also a big part of it, is having skill expression in crafting. Because right now, crafting is just menus. There's no skill expression. So people want to be known for being good crafters. But the only way you can be known for being a good crafter is just leveling up the craftings. And then anybody can do that. And so the value of your crafting capabilities is extremely diminished every time somebody levels up that same crafting that you have. In a system like a roguelite, where there's legitimate skill to being able to get to the end, you could have legitimate renown as a crafter and say, you know, it takes me half as many tries to get to the finish and to get the item that you want than anybody else because I'm really good at this game mode. Right? I'm the best. I make more legendary weapons than anybody. Right? There might be crafters out there who never make legendary weapons. They would still have some value because you would need to incorporate some sort of system of destruction and durability, right? Because you can't just have items permanently available to everybody all the time. As soon as you get a legendary tier item, it's just there forever. You don't want that. Because eventually, your markets stagnate when that happens. But you could also incorporate a repair system that runs along the same lines, right? So maybe you craft a new item by going up the spire, but then also maybe you just repair an item by going up the spire. It requires a certain amount of resources, you know, not 100% of the resources that it took to craft the item, but certainly it at least requires the same resource for the special traits that you put into it. And then you take it to a crafter, and maybe the repair is easier. Actually, I think that's exactly what you would want, is you would want the ability to repair an item to be an easier version of the spire than to craft an item. So even if you're repairing a legendary item, you know, its durability, maybe you have 1 to 100 durability, you bring it down to, you know, 10% durability and it breaks and you have to get it repaired. You take it to an artisan, a crafter, who has, you know, weaponsmithing, and you're not going to get the best artisan on your server to do your repair because their time is too valuable. And so they're going to charge you more for the repair than maybe a lesser artisan would, because doing that repair for you takes up time where they could be creating a legendary weapon, and so they need to be charging you for the cost of a legendary weapon. And so instead of using the best artisan, maybe the artisan who made your weapon, you instead go to an artisan who is maybe not as good, but still good enough to beat this easier version. And then they'll repair your item for you. And that's how those lower tier artisans or people who just aren't as good at the system will still be able to make some sort of value out of their crafting time. And then also making items that are just generally cheaper because people, you know, maybe don't have the currency to buy the legendary items yet. You know, you've always got new players coming in and needing equipment and stuff like that. So, but just something that takes up time, something that has skill expression, something that allows you to make some sort of a name for yourself inside of the game community, or doing something that benefits the game community. And I think, I mean, it's just one of those last things. Um, without a good crafting system, without something interesting to keep your merchants and your crafters and stuff like that engaged, your games just kind of start to bleed players. You know, PvP in these games is fairly entertaining. And it's why you have huge groups of people who are what we call war loggers. Right? They only log in. Hey, what's up, Quizza? How are you today? It's why we have people who are, you know, what we call war loggers, who only log in for the big PvP events, because those events are fairly interesting. Those events have been innovated on, right? And so those systems are extremely dynamic. They require a large amount of skill expression to be the best. And so if your team is winning at the PvP, at the wars, at, you know, those big PvP events, then you get to say, I'm the best. And that's great for players who specifically play that way. But that's the only group of players who benefit from those systems. I thought you weren't streaming. I didn't get notification today or yesterday. So I didn't stream yesterday, because I just could not figure out what I wanted to do. So I took the day off, which was great. I haven't had a day off in a long old time. But, yeah, today I started up, I don't know, it's been about 2 hours now. Which is I started at about the normal time. No, actually, I started about an hour after the normal time. My internet was down for a little while, and things were a little wonky. Yeah, it's weird to me that you didn't get a notification. Don't know what happened. Looks like both of my streams are working, so I am confused. I think we're actually going to stay here until this pops, and we're going to harvest that. And actually, while we wait for this, I think I need to go use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. Probably some issues with my YouTube. Yeah, that might be the case. Might be some issues with my YouTube. I don't even know. Maybe I accidentally pushed a button that said don't notify people. The game is good. New World's been out for, I think 3 years now, maybe 2. I think it's 3. Not really sure. But as long as you don't look too closely at its PvP systems and its economy, then New World is a really fun game. But as soon as you look too closely at its PvP systems and its economy, the whole thing is kind of broken. I don't know why this fiber node here isn't respawning, but whatever. We'll just carry on to the next node. There are some really good things about New World. Number one, their sound design is off the hook. They have done so well, especially with their gathering skills. The sound design for their gathering skills is insane. So I really like the game for that. I also really like combat in this game. A lot of people think it's janky, and it is a little bit when you're switching weapons in combat. Things can get a little janky. I wish maybe they would try and do something like Throne and Liberty did, where your weapon swapping is automatic based on the skills you're clicking, and maybe just give us 6 skills available to us at a time instead of 3, so we can just click our other skills and just have an auto swap, because it is pretty janky to be switching weapons mid-combat. But beyond that, combat in this game is really, really fluid and feels really, really good. The issues that I have with this game are almost entirely based on the way their player interaction systems are made. They did a really bad job of allowing players to interact with each other in PvP and in the markets. And because of that, the game feels very one player or single player. So their like big PvP system is that you can control all of these zones here. Let me see. There is a way where I believe I can change the way the map looks. Here we go. There we go. So this faction influence map tells you who owns these zones. So individual guilds own the zones in New World, and they set tax rates, and they benefit from those taxes, and they can upgrade things and do all kinds of different stuff. And the way that works is you have this fort here, and around this fort, you also have, this is where the attackers attack from. And so it's a 40v40 or 50v50, or is it 20v2? I don't even remember. I think it's 50v50. The attackers spawn here, and the defenders defend this fort. And so it's a really, really cool system where you have three capture points on the outside, and you have to capture these 3 capture points in order to destroy the gates that are located all around this fort. And then when you destroy the gates, you can come in and capture the main capture point here. The problem is is the map is exactly the same for every single one of these. The 3 capture points are pretty much in the exact same locations. The fortress layout is exactly the same. The encampment layout where the attackers attack from is exactly the same. And the size of the map is pretty much exactly the same. And because of that, wars are super freaking boring. And it looks more like, it's more like a proof of concept system than it is a complete system. And so we have, you know, all of these really different, cool, interesting environments because they've made lots of really cool, interesting biomes in this game. And, you know, the way that you would build a fort in each of these environments is different. And the best places to build a fort is different. And so the fact that we just kind of have this flat, you know, open PvP zone to do all of our wars in, and that we don't sometimes have, you know, things that are maybe inside of caves, or things that are on cliffs, or, you know, these things that are different and dynamic is really unfortunate. And the fact that the map is so small is really unfortunate. And because the map is so small, the war map, there's not really a lot of counterplay or like faking people out that can be done. And so it just becomes a mob versus mob combat. And so there's no, you know, there's no real strategy in Zerg versus Zerg. There's a little bit of deck building strategy, and there's a little bit of strategy to how you engage fights and stuff like that. But that's a very micro level of strategy. You need to be able to have more macro level strategy about, you know, pushing certain objectives to try and draw groups away, you know, holding some of your players in reserve so that they can react to changing environments. You know, just having much more dynamic PvP systems. And the best way to do that is to increase the size of those PvP environments so that, you know, there's some reactivity going on. I need the rest of my fibers here together or to spawn. Honestly, actually, I probably don't need to worry about that because it doesn't seem like I have any sort of competition here. So I should probably just go ahead and make the circuit, pick up anything that happens to spawn by the time I get to it, and everything else will just be respawned by the next trip. It'll probably be overall faster. We'll just do it that way. Yeah, I mean, I've always really enjoyed New World. Since it first came out, I played really hard in the first 3 or so months. And, you know, in about a month-long beta that happened before, and then in a 2-week beta that happened immediately before. I've put a lot of hours into this game in the first 6 months or so that it launched. And every time they've launched fresh start servers, I've come and I've played. And I've had a lot of fun. But things just get settled in this game fairly quickly, and I don't like it. I don't know. But that's okay. Because there aren't any games out there that aren't broken. Especially not in the MMO space. The MMO space is just kind of full of broken video games. And a lot of that is because I just don't think there's a lot of critical analysis of systems after those systems get created. Right? A game just gets put out there, and then, you know, maybe we make some tweaks, maybe we add some systems, but we don't really look at why systems are failing and what we could do to make them better and change them very often. It doesn't seem like in the game dev world. Especially not in significant and large ways. I mean, you know, we talked about Albion Online while I was playing Albion Online on stream. And one of the things that would drastically change and improve that game for the better is just increasing mob density in the PvP zones. Because as things stand right now, if you're a PvE player in the PvP zones, right, if you're using a build that's at all focused on being able to clear PvE camps quickly, then you are actively hurting your ability to PvP. And so any player who is not interacting with the PvE is automatically going to beat you in a fight because they have a build that is stronger for PvP. And the systems in that game make it so that you can be just as lucrative interacting with only PvP as you can interacting with only PvE. But the way that you're lucrative in PvP is that you take from the PvE players. So you are an active detriment, an active barrier to their content. But they are not an active barrier to your content. Right? They are your content. And so you need to create a barrier to the PvP content from the PvE side so that those things even out. Because really good PvP builds are not necessarily really good PvE builds. And so if you just increase the mob density in PvE PvP zones, then those players who strictly have PvP builds will be forced to go through PvE enemies to attack other PvE players in PvP. And so instead of being at a severe advantage because they haven't had to interact with any PvE, they will be more even because they may have a better PvP build, but they will be weakened significantly more by the PvE content as they attempt to find players who are more geared towards PvE. And those PvE players will be significantly better off at the start of that fight because they've cleared the PvE content more easily. Hey, what's up, Dullex? How are you today? Welcome to New World. And so you really even out that fight when you do it that way. And that, I mean, that's a very simple change that can be made in Albion Online. And I understand why maybe they're hesitant. I'm doing fantastic. How are you today? Playing me some New World. Yeah, I understand that they don't necessarily want to do that because they don't want to inhibit players' ability to get to the content that those players are wanting to play. But I don't think you have a choice. I think you have to set up a system that evens the playing field a little. It's not a new game. It's a new game for the stream. But New World is, I don't know, about 3 years old, I think. And it's something I played really hard when it first came out. Some of its systems are pretty broken. And so I quit. But I'm learning that pretty much every MMO game is kind of a broken mess. And I just can't play Albion Online anymore. Because everything about that game is messed up. So I decided we were going to come do some New World. They've got a pretty big patch coming in January, where they're making some pretty huge changes. We're getting a new OPR map, which is, I don't remember what OPR stands for, but it's one of the big 20v20 PvP things. So we're getting a new map for that. We're getting a new seasonal world system, which I think is actually going to be a lot like Once Humans world system. So I'm excited to see that. So I'm just trying to get my character into a position where when that new patch drops, we can go through and check out some of the new content, check out some of the new stuff, and just see, you know, where things are at and how we feel about some of that new stuff. Their new roadmap, their new content roadmap, looked really promising. It's got a lot of stuff in there that I've really been wanting. So we will see what happens in January. I'm going to try to stick to this game until then. I know I've been saying that I'm going to stick to games a lot, and I keep not. But it's because I keep finding things that are just super wrong with them that keep me from being able to play the games in the way I want. And it makes me angry, and then I quit. So we're going to try and stick to this for the next month and a half or so, though. At least. And then depending on how the new patch goes, maybe much longer than that. I hope much longer. Like I said, I've been a fan of Once Human since it first came out. But one of the big things that they're adding is, hopefully in the future, they're going to be adding a pickup war system, which is something we've been asking for since the very, very beginning. Because right now the biggest PvP system in the game is the 50v50 wars. But they're very limited in the number of times they happen. And they're very limited in the number of people who can participate. And so a lot of people are missing out on really the sort of cornerstone activity of this game. Because if you're not in a guild that's actively doing warring, then you just don't get to participate, like, at all in the wars. And so it can be a little disheartening. But if they have a pickup war system where anybody can play wars, even if you don't get to own territory from it, the war in general is just fun to do, so. When I was running my guild in this game, when it first launched, and even before it first launched in the beta, me and my guild would push and get a bunch of wars, and then we would just take anybody. You know, we would fill up with our guild first, but there weren't enough of us at the time. And so we would go and find like level 15s and bring them into wars with us just so they could get a little taste of what the war system was like. And we would run them, you know, if they needed to go to a city that they couldn't get to, we would have them follow us and we'd run them out there and we'd have them sign up and then we'd take them into the war and just kind of show them the ropes a little bit. But, you know, a lot of people, I mean, I would say at least 50% of the population of this game has never interacted with a war. And that is the cornerstone of this game. And to not be able to play the capstone piece of content of a game that you're playing, potentially spending, you know, hundreds of hours playing, is kind of ridiculous. Sorry, I don't know how long I've had myself muted, but no, you can play solo. I play solo. But primarily the PvP systems in this game are very guild focused. Like the war system. Right now you pretty much can't participate in wars without joining a guild. You can technically, a guild can bring you into a war, even if you're not part of their guild. But it's very unlikely that that's going to happen, because the guild has to do a lot of work and put a lot of effort into getting the war started. So the only way you're going to get into a war without being in the guild is if they just don't have enough members who are online to go into the war. And even then, you'd have to be a really top tier player to be invited that way. So it is possible to play this game as a solo, but it is not advisable. Jerkface. I think I should be pretty close to level 250. I've got some special resources here that will give me gathering XP when I take them to the crafting station. So, let's see. I am 6 points away. And I have 6 of these. I don't think they quite give me a level apiece. So I probably need to get 2 or so more levels before I will have enough. But then once that happens, we'll switch to starting to level up my logging, which I have a good spot to do that as well. And get that up to 250. Because we want to be able to gather all of the resources. Whoops. Whoops. Because being able to gather high tier resources is important. Yeah, good night, Dullex. Thanks for stopping by and saying what's up. See you next time you're here. Gathering is a surprisingly relaxing way to play a game. And I don't necessarily want to take that away from players who enjoy it. I am a player who enjoys gathering. But I just feel like there's too much. It's too grindy. And I feel like it's just been getting more and more grindy. Alright, we're probably all the way there this time. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to finish up this round until we get back to our teleport over there. Finish up our little circle here. And then when we get back to our teleport over there, we are going to teleport back to the city, use up these XP items that I've got, because I've got 7 of them now. This should take us up to 250. And then we'll work on our logging, because our logging is right around 223, so that's pretty close to where we were. We were at 230 something for harvesting, so it should only take us about the same amount of time to tier up the logging. Once we're 250 there, then we'll start worrying about skinning. Skinning's kind of a huge pain in the butt, in my opinion. And it's honestly not one of the gatherings that I'm interested in. But we have to do our gatherings. And really that's just all about getting special materials, getting these prestige crates, getting all kinds of stuff like that. So it's all the little things that make you currency. If you do all the little things, then it ends up being a lot. But if you can't do the little things, then you're always going to feel like you're not making as much progress as you can. So you want to get in there and, get your gatherings up, get your fighting skills up, get your, do your daily PvP, PvE, PV whatever stuff. Just do all the little things. The game is trying to direct you down a path that allows you to progress quickly. And if you follow that path, it's smooth sailing. If you buck that path, then things can get a little messy. Sometimes people find sort of shortcuts, ways to make lots of currency, ways to make lots of XP, ways to make lots of whatever. And that can be fun, absolutely. And if you want to get off the path and try and do that, then you certainly should. Just be aware of the fact that you're going to find yourself potentially falling behind, unless you get the right system working. Alright. This should be the last potential fiber. We're going back up to my teleport here. Let's see if it's here. Hey, it is. Alright. That might give me another level, too. Hey, it did. And some scale cord, scale cloth, and some additional pollen. That was a good last pickup there. Holy cow. Feel really good about that. I feel really good about that. Alright, let's take our fast travel back to town here. Let's go find our cloth making station here. The loom. We're going to make these XP books. Hopefully that'll take us up to 250. It did. Very nice. Took us up to 250 and got us a couple of chests, I believe. Yeah, a blue chest. Open that bad boy up. Nice. Alright, let's go sell some stuff. Got fiber. 0.23, 0.26. Honestly, I think I'm just going to go ahead and sell this. It's 0.3 gold per that I'm taking a hit on with that, but I'm just going to just straight up sell all of this stuff. Because I can't be bothered to put it up for sale. It's just not worth it to me. Okay, well, we are going to put this up for a sale order because that's almost double. A little over double, actually. But I just can't be bothered with most of this stuff. Alright. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Now, the next thing we want to do is go ahead and finish up our logging. And I actually have a route that I like to use for that too. But actually first, I think we're going to go ahead and get some food in us. It's about lunchtime. So give me just a couple minutes here. I'm going to go snag up some food. And I'll be right back, and then we'll do some logging. And then we'll maybe finish up our third random dungeon. And we'll probably save the soul trials for the night stream. Not really sure. But yeah, give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Alright, we back. Still gotta get my food in my belly, but I'm here. Got me some peanut butter and honey tacos. Telling you right now. We'll get you a corn tortilla. Warm it up. Put some peanut butter and honey on it. Tell me that's not the most delicious thing you've ever put in your mouth before. Or if you prefer flour tortillas, a little butter and a little brown sugar inside of a flour tortilla. Makes a very delicious little sweet treat. You know what? Before we worry about going and leveling up, our logging, I actually want to do some OPR. Some outpost rush. We're going to go over to the logging area because it's just going to teleport us in. So that's fine. Ruh-roh. All right. I can't believe how quickly that happened. All right, I got Godspeed and Huckleberry on my team. Looks like a life staff and a hammer axe fighter. Looks like he actually switched to axe life staff. This is life staff rapier. So that's just a straight up healer there. So I'm going to try and stick with these two folks. Specifically, I want to stick with my healer, which is Mr. Godspeed over here. So this is a 20 versus 20 PvP format. We've got random people fighting. Looks like they've got a lot more fighters down on the inside here. But we're just gonna get in. Stand on a bunch of heals and swing our weapon around. That's what it's all about. We got a lot of folks with shields in here. So what I'm trying to do is put them with big slam hits to try and break their shields. But you really can't see what the hell's going on. Too much stuff here. Alright, looks like we were able to push that off. We just have way too many healers for them to actually be able to do anything to us. Yeah, we'll just run that person off, that's fine. You're a squirrely little fucker, aren't you? Okay, I went and got myself away from my teammates, like I said I shouldn't do. Chasing that stupid fire staffer around was a terrible idea. I really shouldn't have done that. That's alright, we respawn. We get ourselves back out there. It's like they are trying to take... Are we blue? I think we're blue. When did they take the moon? I could have sworn we were the first ones to get that. Maybe they were. Alright, good defense. Good defense. We kept him from taking it. And we got it all the way back into ours bear, which is a good deal. Now I need to try and find my friends here. There's Godspeed and X-Tax and Sergeant Fire are all up here. They're all of my teammates. Get on our mount and get up here closer to them. And there's Huckleberry. I'm having a hard time actually hitting people with stuff. Let's get over here towards where the actual fortification is, because we actually want to take this. Ooh, that spear person got me. They saw what I was about to do. Oof, hurt. Do have a little bit of a bad habit of getting a little too far in there, and my gear's not exactly outstanding, especially not for PvP. Well, that's interesting. I didn't realize that dismounted you. We've got the fight pushed all the way back to their primary location, though. So we're pretty good there. Looks like a couple of people tried to come and backcap this. Let's go help out with that. Oh. Alright, this ADHD person is actually kind of in my way pretty often here. Okay, good job. We stopped them from being able to take that. Alright, good deal. Now the Baroness does spawn in a minute and a half. Where's the Baroness again? Back over to the left there. Okay. That's an important boss to get because it freezes the other team's ability to gain points, which is incredibly important. Even though we're winning fairly handily right now, it will drastically increase the duration of this OPR if we lose this boss. Oh, this is interesting. They created a barrier for the Baroness now, so I haven't played OPR in honestly quite some time. But we've got 30 seconds here until Baroness appears. And I want to be ready. If any of them come to try and start prepping this, I want to kill them. Because we just can't have them gaining points and stopping us from gaining points and closing the gap here. 2, 1. There she is. Nice. Their score is frozen while we take back the third point here. So I would say that the game is pretty much over at this point. I mean, it was really kind of over already, but there was at least some potential for them to come back. Now, the next thing we need to go check into doing is I've never done this corrupted portal. It's supposed to be active in 20 seconds. I don't even know what it provides. But I want to come over here. That person smacks. Ooh, ouch. Good fight. Never mind. Not a good fight. Fuck that person. And his stupid teabagging. Now I'm just gonna go track them down every single chance I get. As long as I have allies, because I certainly couldn't kill them on my own. But, yeah. We're definitely gonna make it a point to be in that person's way. Because fuck you. Teabagging people like a little bitch. Dang. That person is squirrely. Why does everybody feel like teabagging people? Like, that was a good fight. It was a lot of fun. They obviously have better gear than I do. Why you gotta be such a fucking cunt? especially when you're losing. Like, you were that good, win the game. I wanted to come and try and help my ally here. Alright, well, if we get back there and we don't have a chance to actually get into a fight in a 2v1 there, then I'm going to wait for somebody else, because we need to kill that player. They can't just be sitting there killing people as they come out of spawn. Although it's not going to matter, we're about to win. Okay, good deal. I didn't do great there, but I didn't do terrible. For my first OPR in literally years, I feel okay with it. I used to play Sword Shield Hatchet in OPR with a medium set, and that was pretty deadly. Very good for chasing down those squirrely mages. I used very different skills than I'm using right now. It looks like somebody's already whacking my logging stuff here. That's not good. There's already somebody doing my logging route. That's going to make my life much more difficult. I'm definitely going to have to set up, at the very least, a skill build that is different for OPR. Maybe even have to use some different weapons. Of course, my primary and my secondary weapon isn't even all the way maxed out yet, so I definitely do need to do some of that. But we'll see. Gotta get that weapon XP. Gotta pick out some skills. Gotta upgrade the equipment. We got a lot of stuff to do here. A lot of stuff to do. And somebody is definitely gathering my wood route, which makes me angry. Need to knock that shit off. Don't be gathering my wood. It's my wood. Gather your own wood. So OPR is a really fun PvP system that I like a lot, but it also feels fairly unbalanced. It feels like OPR is decided most of the time pretty early on, primarily because, you know, you end up with groups that just have better equipment or that are better players. You know, there's no skill-based matchmaking. So sometimes you just end up in a fight like that one that was just an absolute stomp, and that had nothing to do with me. I'm in very average gear and I'm a pretty average player. We just had some people on our team that were putting out just huge scores. And that just makes things really difficult for the other team. They have a hard time trying to come back from such a huge deficit. You know, I have seen some really close OPRs where you know, the teams are fairly even, and so the fight goes pretty even. But it's just not Puff Diddy. That name didn't age well. Actually, honestly, they probably got that name after all this stuff, so... And then they named their company Baby Oil. It's very interesting. I don't really want to deal with having to compete with this person for this resource right now. So... let's see, we've got 2 of these. We got 1 of these. Let's go ahead and unlock that one. And then unlock this one. And unlock this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Clear that whole card. There we go. Now we cleared the whole card. Nice. And now... are the skulls PvP? Yes, it is. Hmm. Let's do some of these. There we go. And then we'll wait to see what happens. Journey, Chapter 1. Complete 3 activity cards. Thank you. Do I have to get to open this? I don't even know. I don't even understand how like 90% of that system works. But whatever. Name these. We get a marine mandolin next. Isn't that exciting? I'm very excited. Let's open these chests up. Depths materia, Starstone materia, Dynasty materia, Amarine materia. Okay. Not really anything I need. Ooh. 722 plate greaves. Refreshing power shot. Well, that's not even remotely useful, thank you. Ooh. And an artifact. Reinforced kneecaps. Incoming ranged attacks deal 13% less damage to you. That's light. Oh. Oh, we got all kinds of stuff. Okay. Well, I definitely don't need this, and it is bind on pickup. Actually, that's not true. I might need it. Let's go ahead and equip that, and let's see what my objectives are. Pull Ice Wolves, defeat Tribunal Ice Mammoth enemies in Elysian Wilds, defeat Varangian Night enemies in Glacial Tarn, and upgrade at the Gypsum Kiln. Okay. Let's put back on what we were wearing. What do we got here? Heavy leg wear, 31 strength, freedom, reduce the base duration of slow stun and roots, refreshing, reduce max cooldowns, and health. Those are all very good stats. What am I currently walking? Enchanted Ward, refreshing and invigorated, reduce the base duration of weakened disease and exhaust. I think this is honestly better. So we're going to go ahead and lock both of these. We'll give them both a try here and see what happens. Rusher Plate Chest Guard, 685, 30 Strength, Enchanted Ward Refreshing Health, versus Physical Aversion, Sturdy Energy, Thrust Conditioning. I don't know. And Refreshing Power Shot, Ice Harnessing, we definitely don't want. That gets destroyed. Honestly, I could really get behind this. Oh, this is straight strength though, too, and this was strength and intelligence. Yeah, we're definitely not going to be keeping that. I am going to lock this artifact. Can I not lock this item? That's interesting. Does that mean I can't salvage it either? Okay. That's kind of obnoxious, but sure, why not? Let's see, refreshing and healthy. Gosh, I really don't know. I think we're gonna keep what we have. I like the physical and thrust conditioning. So let's get rid of that. Good deal. Yeah. Why am I keeping these exactly? No freaking clue. Let's get rid of them. Okay, well that's nice. Got a fresh item there. Oh, okay. So, I can buy things with some Azoth salt. Azoth salt. Refreshing in health. I don't want this. Not really useful at all. Small bundle of faction tokens and a vial of Azoth salt. Let's just get the vial of Azoth salt. And then gives me 1,000, so we'll hang on to that for now. Yep, we'll try and get to tier 2 of that. Alright, let's do our last expedition here. Where are we going? I wonder. The Enya. Okay, so I've never done this one either. But I'm pretty sure it's also one of the end game dungeons. These enemies are only level 62, so this will be a little easier than the last one we did. We're just gonna follow little Annie around. Because it seems like little Annie knows what they're doing. Okay, we've just got a person who is just hauling balls through this dungeon. I hate it when this crap happens. I get it, you want to go quickly. But that's just obnoxious. Especially when one of our players just gets totally left behind. We have 2 players totally left behind. What is even going on? Oh, man. Always with the people being ridiculous. And some people in this game are just way too strong. Holy crap. So freaking strong. Identifying coin. Oops. It had exploded. Is this the final boss here already? Holy shiznit. Not even sure what just happened. Not even sure I did anything. In fact, I'm fairly certain I didn't. something we're supposed to do to open that, or? I have never played this dungeon before, and we are just going through it. Okay, you gotta kill all the little skittering things, I guess. Pool. Okay. Wow. What the hell just happened to that poor guy? Oh, there's more than one boss, okay. That explains why he was so much easier. I sort of get it now. Okay. I need this glyph, apparently. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. That was interesting. I would like to do these dungeons a little more slowly. Okay. Finish my little quest there, and leave the dungeon. So there's quite a bit to do in New World nowadays. Honestly, just in dailies, I could probably fill up a full 6 or 7 hour stream. I mean, I haven't even started on my soul trials. I still need to do elite trials in raids. I don't know how these work. I don't know if there's a limit to them. I haven't done any of the season trials. I need mutated dungeons. There's just a lot of stuff that needs doing. So that's honestly pretty exciting. Looks like we get to claim some stuff here. We hit season level 11, which means we go to chapter 2, which we've cleared some stuff in chapter 2 here. Let's go to our activity card. What do we got? We got a flower. We got a shield. We got a sword. So Flower, shield, sword. And now we're real close. We got one there and one there. It'll make full rows. Which give me wild stamps, which will make life much easier. And then we've got lots of rewards to get. We've got our mandolin skin. We've got crafting gear, or crafting something, and brilliant gems. Let's see what comes in some of these. Brilliant gems, obviously, is just gems. Lots and lots of gems. Next, we've got the crafting gear, which is just lots of high-tier hides, or high-tier materials. Open all these. Let's get some potions. Open this. Let's get our 750 coins. 250 coins. Dark matter, nice. Just opening some foodstuffs and Azaz salt. Okay. Azaz salt is pretty much strictly a PvP track kind of a thing. So you just engage in PvP and you get a chance at some different items and stuff. And your reward possibilities are different, apparently, based on how many tracks you complete. So I'm still a recruit tier. Once I complete 10 tracks, you gain some higher tier rewards. So it looks like once you get all the way up to the highest tier here, your minimum gear score is 680. That's interesting. Okay. But we definitely want to complete a bunch of those tracks then. So maybe we ought to do another OPR. Because that OPR is the only thing I've really done. So let's run in there. And maybe do another one. And maybe complete that track. Or at least get another level of that track done. Turkulon. Alright, here we go. Let's get out there. OPR is much different now that you actually have the ability to use mounts. Honestly, I don't know if I like it. There was just so much more fighting in so many different places when people didn't have mounts. And I also can't see squat. What's going on right now? Everybody is attacking just me. Which is honestly kind of hilarious. Oh, I've lost all of my teammates. Okay. I was just standing there all by myself. Got it. This is going to be the opposite of the previous experience, where our team is going to get crushed instead of crushing the other team. Which is really too bad. Really too bad. Let's see if we can get out there. Somebody took me off of my mount. Oh, we've got a lot of people coming in on that road there. Pushing us hard back to this spot. Oh, they're taking it even. Yeah, we just don't have any front line. I'm like the only frontline character on our whole team right now. I'm always standing up there pretty much all by myself. Which is working okay for a little while. You know, if we had some more frontline DPS, you know, maybe some great axes throwing down some shields or something, or some grab wells or something, things might go a little better here. But yeah, I mean, we're pushed all the way in here. We're not going to be able to do anything. We are never going to make it outside of this gate. And they actually attack people from in there? It's hilarious. Holy crap, we might actually make it out of the gate. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. We tried. We pushed him a little bit. There are so many. I kind of feel like some of our people quit. We've only got a handful standing here. That was rough. Holy cow. That was real rough. We'll get our rewards though. That's all that really matters. Yeah, I got a third as many points this time as I got last time. That's awful. That was fifth. Holy cow. Holy cow. That's, ooh, we got stomped on. That's freaking hilarious. On the bright side, at least, since we got killed so hard, everything went pretty quick. Open up this outpost rush cache. Get a plate armor. Shirking fortification and refreshing. Don't actually want that. We don't want any of this blue stuff. None of that is going to be really useful to us at all. Alright, now let's take a look at some of the stuff we picked up here. We've got an empowered crystalline greatsword. Bleaching crosscut, keenly empowered. It's actually not terrible. It would need a different gem. 35 strength, that's actually a decent weapon. Mortal refreshment and life stealing. From a fire staff. Reduces all cooldowns on kill. Hmm. Vicious, empowering whirling blade. That's way too low tier, though. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty low. Ooh, Finger of Sutek. Keen speed and Trenchant Rend. Heavy melee attacks inflict rend for 7 seconds. That's actually really good. I do a lot of heavy attacks, and rend is about lowering armor for other people to be able to do more damage. I actually don't dislike that. Let's go ahead and lock it. Maybe we'll use it. And then I think we're actually going to get rid of that. Don't really care about that. Mending Vortex. Don't care about that. Heavy chest armor with Keen Tondo. Doesn't matter. Heavy with Refreshing and Invigorated. I don't really like that. Healthy Toast and Refreshing Toast. When you drink a mana potion, gain 14% of your base health. Consuming cooldown is reduced. Consumables cooldown is reduced by 9.7%. That's actually not a terrible item for a caster, like a healer. Enchanted Ward health. Yeah, we're fine with that. What the hell is this? Okay. You know, I don't have a heart rune. Can't equip this yet. Oh, I have to go complete the heart rune quest. Okay. Apparently I haven't done that. And it's now raining outside. What an obnoxious bummer. Alright. Let's get back to town here. So that's a good 4-hour stream there. We got our 3 expeditions done. We did a couple of OPRs. We got our harvesting the rest of the way up to 250. So I think we're going to call that for the morning stream. I do stream every evening as well, and I'm actually probably going to start trying to make those longer streams because there are fewer people streaming the game late at night and early morning. I tend to like to be awake at night anyway. So that's what I'm going to do my streaming more now. You know, I like to do a little bit of this kind of in the afternoon while people are at work and stuff like that. And then I like to stream in the evenings. So let's see, what time is it? It is 6 o'clock my time. I want to start the next stream at 10:30. So in about 4.5 hours, I'll be back on. I'm just going to take a little break here, watch a little TV. I tend to have trouble continuing to talk for more than, 5 or 6 hours at a time. So I like to break my streams up into 2 separate streams so that I maintain my energy and my entertainment. Because that's what this is. This is entertainment. It's a performance. I'm putting on a show for you all. And if I'm just sitting here quietly sucking at this video game without any sort of interesting commentary or talking about anything, then that's not going to be any fun for anybody. So thanks everybody who stopped by. Thanks everybody who lurked or was in the chat. I really appreciate everybody who followed or subbed over on YouTube or Twitch today. If you do like my content, don't forget to do those things and hit those like buttons because it helps me grow the community. I'm a pretty new streamer, but I'm really enjoying it, and it's something I'm going to keep doing at least 6 or 7 hours every day. That's what I try and hit. Usually I hit about 8 hours every day. Now that I'm doing this 2-stream thing, I try and get at least 4 hours in both times. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of value generated if you like my content because of how often I stream. So make sure you come back. Make sure you hit those subscribe and like buttons. Thanks again, everybody. I hope everybody has a great day, and I will see you next time.